वंदेहं श्रीगुरु श्रीयुता पदकमलं श्रीगुरुं वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं चाप्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं त्वं सजीवम् साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनासहितं कृष्ण चैतन्यदेवम् श्रीराधा कृष्णपदां सगना ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितांश्च श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
संसारदावानलनिरलोका तराय कारुण घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणान्नवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् महाप्रभु कीर्तन नित्य गीता बादित्रमाजन्मन सोरसेना रोमाञ्चकं पाशुतरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानलनिरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगारतन्मन्दिरमार्जनादौ श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगारतन्मन्दिरमार्जनादौ युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानलनिरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् चतुर्विधासी भगवत्प्रसाद सर्वान्नचित्तान् हरिभक्तसङ्घान् चतुर्विधासी भगवत्प्रसाद सर्वान्नचित्तान् हरिभक्तसङ्घान् तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् श्रीराधिका माधवयरपार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्नाम् श्रीराधिका माधवयरपार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्नाम् प्रतीक्षण स्वादन ललोपश प्रतीक्षण स्वादन ललोपश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानलनिरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् निकुञ्जजूनरतिकेली सिद्धै कुंज जोनारति केली सिद्धई जाजाली बीजुक्तिरपेक्षणीया कुंज जोनारति केली सिद्धई जाजाली बीजुक्तिरपेक्षणीया तत्रातिदाक्षातति बलवशं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं प्राणायकान्न घनाघनतं तप्तशकलनं गुणान्नभक्ष वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं साक्षाधरितेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भापत एव सद्भिः साक्षाधरितेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भापत एव सद्भिः प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं तो प्रभो च प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं संसारदावानललितलोक प्राणायकारुण्य घनाघनत्यं सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि दयं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं दयं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं संसारदावानललितलोक प्राणायकारुण्य घनाघनत्यं तप्तशकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं शारदावाणललितलोक Hare Rama Krishna Radha Maya Nama Radha Maya Madhavaya Ketavaya Nama Hare Gopal Govinda Rama Madhusudan Gopal Govinda Rama Giridhari Gopi Madana Giridhari Gopi Madana Hare Radha Maya Nama Radha Maya Madhavaya Ketavaya Nama Hare Gopal Govinda Rama Madhusudan Gopal Govinda Rama Madhusudan Giridhari Gopinath Madana Mohana Gopal Govinda Rama Gopal Govinda Rama Madhusudan Giridhari Gopi Madana Mohana Hare Rama Krishna Hare Radhavaya Madhavaya Ketavaya Nama Hare Hare Rama Krishna Radhavaya Nama Radhavaya Madhavaya Ketavaya Nama Radhavaya Madhavaya Ketavaya Nama Hare Rama Krishna गोपाल गोविंद राम हे मधुसूदन गिरिधारी गोपीनाथ धारी गोपीनाथ गिरिधारी Advaita Sita Chaitanya Sri Chaitanya Nityananda Sri Advaita Sita Hari Guru Vaishnava Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavad Gita Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavad Gita Hare Radhavaya, Madhavaya, Radhavaya, Madhavaya, Keshavaya Namah, Hare Rama Krishna, Radhavaya Namah, Hare Radhavaya, Madhavaya, 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 Keshavaya Namah, Hare Raguna Virupa Vitana Panam Bhatta Raguna Vivaga Vala Bhatta Vivaga Namah হইতে বিঘ্ন না অবিসংযম ইচ্ছায় গতাই করি চরণ বন্দন তাহা হইতে বিঘ্ন না অভিসংযম তাদের চারণ সেবী ভক্ত শুনেবা তাদের চরণ সেবী ভক্ত শুনেবা জনমে জনমে মা এই অভিলা জনমে জনমে মা এই অভিলা অরজে ইচ্ছায় গোসাই যাবে ব্রজে কইল বাস ইচ্ছায় গোসাই যাবে ব্রজে কইল বাস রাধা কৃষ্ণ রাধা কৃষ্ণ নিত্য লীলা করিল रजे कन्नबा राधा आनंद बल हरि भज वृंदावन हरि गुरु वैष्णवे मजयमं आनंद बल हरि आनंद बल हरि भज वृंदावन हरि गुरु वैष्णवे मजयमं आनंद लहरी भज वृंदावन हरि चंद बोले जाग जाग गोरा चंद बोले कत निद्रा जाओ तुम्हें सचीर को बोले गिर जाग जाग कत निद्रा जाओ तुम्हें चीर खोले जाग 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 गोरा चंद बोले वीर जाग जाग गोरा चंद बोले कत निद्रा जाओ तुम्हें माया चीर खोले कत निद्रा जाओ तुम्हें माया चीर खोले जाग जाग गोरा चांद बोले गिरिजाग 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 राचांद बोले कत निद्रा जाओ तुमी कत निद्रा कत निद्रा जाओ तुमी माया प्रीत कत निद्रा जाओ तुमी कत निद्रा जाओ तुमी पिशाचीर बोले गिरिजाग 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 गोरा चंद बोले गिरिजाग गिरिजाग माया विषाचीर कोले भूलिया हिले तुमी माया विषाचीर कोले जाग जाग गोरा चंद बोले गिरिजाग जाग गोरा चंद बोले कत निद्रा जाओ माया पिशाचीर बोले कत निद्रा जाओ माया पिशाचीर बोले गिरिजाग गिरिजाग गोरा चंद बोले बर लागी औषधि माया जीवन लागी हरि नाम महामंत्र रहो तुमी मागी मैंने की औषधि माया नाची बड़ो लगी Hare Hare Nam Jai Guru Hare Hare Nam Jai Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bone thak dada hari bole dak ye tha bone thak dada hari bole dak ye dukhe nanak Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama মায়া জালে বাধ্য হয়ে আছো পিছে কাজলয়ে মায়া জালে বাধ্য হয়ে মায়া জলে বদ্ধ হয়ে আছো পিছে কাজলয়ে মায়া জলে বদ্ধ হয়ে মায়া জলে বদ্ধ হয়ে আছো মিছে কাজলয়ে কলতে কলপে কলতে কলপে রাধা নাম রে কলতে কলপে রাধা নাম রে হে গোরতে মদ সরে হে গোরতে মদ সরে Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Gaurata Madhu, Hare Nam Bhai Gaurata Hare Iman Oila Shesha Nam Bhojile Vishikacha Iman Oila Shesha Nam Bhojile Vishikacha Akati Vinado Padesa Akati Vinado Padesa Akati Vinado Padesa Advar Akbar Hari Mama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Dada Hari Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I go. Nada Jai Guru.
इसको थोड़ा सीधा करोगे? Hare Krishna. First of all, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for coming, taking your time out on Sunday evening. We had so many things we could have done, but we decided to come for the Sunday Feast Festival. Thank you very, very much. Today we have a special guest amongst us, His Grace Sri Mukundadat Prabhu. He is a very, very senior disciple of His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada, who is the founder Acharya of our movement, the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. On a personal note, Mukundadat Prabhu is a very inspiring personality, and whenever he comes to Dallas, he is always, in the scriptures we hear about the Shuddha Sattva, an advanced devotee. He is always on a very elevated platform. He does not goes up and down like me and most of us sometimes. He's very stable, very nicely situated in his Krishna consciousness and his all the spiritual practices. On official introduction, I'll say Mukundadat Prabhu is a direct disciple of His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, founder Acharya of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, ISKCON. Originally from Los Angeles, he joined ISKCON at age 15 after reading Srila Prabhupada's books and traveled on the Radha Damodar traveling Sankirtan party. He then served under His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj for 2 decades in Texas. He has also studied Indian classical and devotional music in both India and America, and plays Pakhavaj, classical mridanga, in the Hindustani style. He sings and plays the khol in the traditional Gaudiya Vaishnav Padavali Kirtan style of Bengal, and has made several recordings and performed internationally. He holds a graduate degree in South Asian languages and literature from the University of Washington, where he specialized in Sanskrit, Bengali, and medieval Braj Bhasha. He earned his BA honors from University of Texas at Austin, Department of Asian Studies. In 2000, he was invited to serve as the charter member of the Shastric Advisory Council to the governing body commission of ISKCON, and served in that capacity for many years. He later served under the late Gopi Pranadhan Prabhu as the Sanskrit translator and researcher for the Bhakti Vedanta Book Trust, BBT. He is currently serving on the ISKCON India Scholars Board and resides with his wife, Shri Murthy, Mataji is also here as well, in Vrindavan, India. So we would like to welcome His Grace Mukundadat Prabhu in our traditional style by chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra loudly once. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Thank you. Hare Krishna. कोई मृदंग बजाने वाले? और खड़ताल बजाने वाले? जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी। राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी। राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी। गोपीजन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी। गोपीजन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी। जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी। राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी। यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजन। 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 जमुना तीर वनचारी। जमुना तीर वनचारी। जय जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी। जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी। गोपीजन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी। गोपीजन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी। यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजन। यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजन। यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजन। Yashodanandana Brajajanaranjana Yashodanandana Brajajanaranjana Yashodanandana Brajajanaranjana Yashodanandana Brajajanaranjana Yamunatira Vanachari Yamunatira Vanachari Jai Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jai Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gaura Premanande Hari Hari Bol Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Paravijagacharya Ashtotarshata Shri Srimad Srila Abhay Chanararanya Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai Nama Acharya Srila Thakur Haridas Ki Jai Prem Se Kaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shyam Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki Jai Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai Navadip Mayapur Dham Ki Jai Ganga Devi Ki Jai Yamuna Mai Ki Jai Bhakti Devi Ki Jai Tulasi Rani Ki Jai Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai Shri Harinama Sankirtana Ki Jai Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavatam Ki Jai ISKCON BBT Samsthapak Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Go Premanande All glories to the assembled devotees All glories to the assembled devotees All glories to the assembled devotees All glories to Sri Sri Guru and Gauranga Jai Srila Prabhupada Hare Krishna. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak a few words about the process of Krishna consciousness. My qualifications are dubious, but it's a great honor. I don't need that. Yeah. It's a great honor and a privilege and a joy to be back in Dallas after many years. And we'll try to say a few words. As always, to invoke auspiciousness, we begin with Mangalacharana. Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guroho Shri Utapara Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatan Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhan Vitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanusute Devi Pranamami Hare Priye Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripasindhubhya evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Madgavira Vigopala Swikuryat Kripaya Yadi Tadaivasam Payaha Pitva Hrishyayustat Priyadanaham. Whenever I'm given very short notice to speak something about Krishna consciousness, my natural inclination is to go to chapter 4, text number 10 of Bhagavad Gita, because it's a very special verse in many ways, not only because it has so much instruction for us, it's very valuable, but because of the unique way that Srila Prabhupada has chosen to comment on this verse, which we'll hear in a moment. So let me just, I'll recite the Sanskrit quickly to save time, and then we could look at his translation and commentary. Vitaraghabhaya krodha manmaya mamupashrataha bahavo jnana tapasa puta madbhavamagataha. Being freed from attachment, fear, and anger, taking refuge in me, many persons in the past became purified by knowledge of me, and thus they all attained transcendental love for me. Let's repeat this after me. Being freed from attachment, fear, and anger. Being fully absorbed in me, and taking refuge in me. Many persons in the past became purified by knowledge of me, and thus they all attained transcendental love for me. Of course, this is Krishna speaking to Arjuna. The 4th chapter is entitled Transcendental Knowledge. So in his purport, Srila Prabhupada writes, as described above, it is very difficult for a person who is too materially affected to understand the personal nature of the Supreme Absolute Truth, generally. People who are attached to the bodily conception of life are so absorbed in materialism that it's almost impossible for them to understand how the Supreme can be a person. Such materialists cannot even imagine that there is a transcendental body which is imperishable, full of knowledge, and eternally blissful. In the materialistic concept, the body is perishable, full of ignorance, and completely miserable. Anyone over 50 already knows this. Therefore, people in general keep this same bodily idea in mind when they are informed of the personal form of the Lord. For such materialistic men, the form of the gigantic material manifestation is supreme. Consequently, they consider the Supreme to be impersonal. And because they're too materially absorbed, the conception of retaining personality after liberation from matter frightens them. When they're informed that spiritual life is also individual and personal, they become afraid of being persons again, and so they naturally prefer a kind of merging into the impersonal void. You ever heard this? It's a very common idea. You can't find spiritual life on the internet that isn't full of this idea, impersonalism. This is a kind of fearful stage of life and devoid of perfect knowledge of spiritual existence. Furthermore, there are many persons who cannot understand spiritual existence at all, being embarrassed by so many theories and by various contradictions, various types of philosophical speculation. They become disgusted or angry and foolishly conclude that there is no supreme cause and that everything is ultimately void. Such people are in a diseased condition of life. Some people are too materially attached, therefore do not give attention to spiritual life, and some of them want to merge into the supreme spiritual cause, and some of them disbelieve in everything, being angry at all sorts of spiritual speculation out of hopelessness. This last class of men may take shelter of some kind of intoxication, and their affective hallucinations are sometimes accepted as spiritual vision. One has to get rid of all three stages of attachment to the material world: negligence of spiritual life, fear of a spiritual personal identity, and the conception of void that arises from frustration in life. To get free from these three stages of the material conception of life, one has to take complete shelter of the Lord, guided by the bona fide spiritual master, and follow the disciplines and regulative principles of devotional life. The last stage of devotional life is called bhava, or transcendental love of Godhead. In the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, the science of devotional service, it is said, Ādau shraddha tata sadhu sangotha bhajana kriya, tato anartha nivritti syat, tato nishtha ruchistataha, atha saktis tato bhavas tata premabhyadanchati, sadhakanam ayam premnaha pradur bhave bhavet kramaha. In the beginning, one must have a preliminary desire for self-realization. This will bring one to the stage of trying to associate with persons who are spiritually elevated. In the next stage, one becomes initiated by an elevated spiritual master, and under his instruction, the neophyte devotee begins the process of devotional service. By execution of devotional service under the guidance of the spiritual master, one becomes free from all material attachment, attains steadiness and self-realization, and acquires a taste for hearing about the absolute personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna. This taste leads one further forward to attachment for Krishna consciousness, which is matured in bhava, or the preliminary stage of transcendental love of God. Real love for God is called prema, the highest perfectional stage of life. This is from Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu by Srila Rupa Goswami. In the prema stage of life, there is constant engagement in the transcendental, loving service of the Lord. So by the slow process of devotional service under the guidance of the bona fide spiritual master, one can attain the highest stage, being free from all material attachment, from the fearfulness of one's individual spiritual personality, and from the frustrations that result in void philosophy. Then one can ultimately attain to the abode of the Lord. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. As I said in the beginning, I like this purport because actually normally Srila Prabhupada is speaking in his own commentary. He calls his commentaries purports. And normally he's just paraphrasing the words of his predecessors, beginning with Ramanujacharya, Madhvacharya, Sridhar Swami, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, Baladev Vidyabhushana, Srimad Bhakti Vinod Thakur, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, and then his own Bhaktivedanta purports. This verse is unique because this verse is not like that. In this verse, Srila Prabhupada, everything that he's saying, practically speaking, is original. I know that because I've read all the commentaries in the original Sanskrit. And they don't say the same thing that Srila Prabhupada says here. Why? Normally that's not a good sign. Normally that means you're inventing something new, but that's not the case here. Srila Prabhupada's purport on this verse is unique because it could only have been written in the 20th century, and it could only have been written about us, and therefore it could only have been written by him. So you'll notice the structure of Srila Prabhupada's purport if you read this verse carefully, or if you were listening carefully. There's a lot of repetition. First of all, Srila Prabhupada repeats the same things in different ways, again and again and again. Basically, we're talking about three things. What are those three things that are obstacles to our spiritual advancement, or stumbling blocks to our spiritual advancement? One is attachment to mundane sense gratification, or as Prabhupada says in the end, negligence of spiritual life because we're just distracted. That's called pramada. We're just, there's so much. I was talking with someone this afternoon. It's 2023. In the modern world, there's so much flux in this world right now, isn't it? Everything is just really unsure and very, very complex. And it's very easy to lose track of who you are, or even the concern about who you are. That's basically because of attachment to material sense gratification. We're just lazy about spiritual life. We're okay to just eat and sleep and mate and defend, even though that's what animals do. Ahara nidraya bhayamaitanam cha, famous verse. Animals are eating and sleeping, mating, defending, and we're also doing the same thing. Srila Prabhupada used to say the animals are doing it on 4 legs, and we're doing it on 4 wheels. So that's the first thing, raga. It's called raga, attachment. And then the second thing, what is the second one? Not you, somebody else answered. Fear, you're listening. And what does Prabhupada say about this fear? What are we afraid of? Fear of? Personal identity. Your own personal spiritual identity. You have enough problems dealing with people now, isn't it? But when you hear that I've got to deal with personalities forever, that's really a challenge. That's why people just, they want time out. That's, in Sanskrit, time out is called nirvana. People just want to flee from all. You can get yourself into a space where all you want to do is just sleep. Who did that? In 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. Muchukunda. If you read about his character and his family and his assets, he was such an august personality, but somehow or other his fate got him into a situation where by the time he ended up fighting on behalf of the demigods, he was just so exhausted that all he could think of to ask for as a benediction was just let me sleep and don't let anybody bother me. Or sometimes you go through such trauma in this world. I'm sure that at least one person in this room has been through this already. You don't even want to deal with people anymore because it's just overwhelming. So the idea that we're persons forever and that other people are also persons forever, that's pretty challenging for a lot of people, given what we've experienced in this world. Well, you'll be happy to know that the nature of spiritual personality is that it's free from inebriety. It's free from all the agendas and all the hypocrisy and all the cheating and all the ugliness that accompanies personal dealings in this world. There's no dysfunctional relationships in the spiritual world. So that's fear. We have a fear of that. We're not sure of that, really, is what I'm saying. Our faith is weak. And then the final thing is what? Attachment, fear, and anger. But Prabhupada doesn't really treat it as anger, does he? What does he say instead? Frustration. Because anger actually really only comes from frustration. Nobody gets angry if they're not frustrated, right? So what is the frustration based on? Your desires are frustrated? Okay, fine. And then, you're hearing so many different philosophies. One day it's Osho, and the next day it's, Jagat Guru, and the next day, what is it, Sadguru, that Coimbatore Mayavadi. So then, the next day it's Hare Krishna, and then there's somebody else, the Baptists come along and say their thing, and Hare, even a theologian will become confused. So, and then on top of the confusing conflicts in ideologies, then you get hypocrisy also, isn't it? The people preaching one thing, but they're not actually doing it. That really, really burns you out and destroys faith faster than anything. Faster than all the material sense gratification in the world, your faith can be destroyed by a little hypocrisy. And so people become frustrated, as Prabhupada says here. Some of them they just disbelieve in everything because they've seen so much and they've heard so much, and it's just, forget it. They just hang up. These are the attachments that attack us in the now we're in the 21st century, but Srila Prabhupada wrote this in the 20th century. These are the concerns of the modern mind. And all of us have to deal with them in one way or another. If we're at all sentient, if we're at all conscious, and have any idea about maybe there's something higher in life, we have to deal with these things. So Krishna is telling us how. And as I said, there's a unique structure to this purport by Srila Prabhupada. In the first paragraph, he's telling us all about the problem in great detail, as we've just summarized. The second half of the purport, Srila Prabhupada gives us a very practical solution. And he's chosen to accept as his outline the authoritative statement given by Srila Rupa Goswami. Srila Rupa Goswami is a very highly respected name in Sanskrit literature, even outside of Gaudiya Vaishnavism. And he was certainly, you can say he was a leading disciple of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the 16th century. So he wrote one smriti called Bhakti Rasamrit Sindhu, which is really the definitive statement of practical, as Prabhupada says here, the science of devotional service. Even outside of the Madhva Gaudiya Sampradaya that we belong to, others are also adopting his ideals. Anybody here from UP? Raise your hand if you're a Ram Bhakta from UP. Any Ram Ke Upasak? You don't have to raise your hand if you're shy, but you may have heard of these Ram Rasikas, Ram Rasiks. So, they have the same ideas that are given by Rupa Goswami, but they apply them to Lord Ram instead. So there's very, very influential work, this Bhakti Rasamrit Sindhu, and Prabhupada is quoting from it. So, he's giving us how many steps? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 steps. And what is the first step? You're here. You're sitting in the temple of Radha Kalachandji and you have a little faith. Something brought you here. We can call that Shraddha. So take that Shraddha, and where do you invest that Shraddha? What's the next step? Adav Shraddha Tataha Sadhu Sangha. Just like some of you went to this where was it? Allen, Texas, right? Sadhu Sangha retreat. 3,000 very, very happy people. Those who were there, all dancing, all smiling, and most of them below 20 years of age. Really quite an experience. And the prasadam was very nice. That always attracts the North Indians. Aside from selfies. When I was coming out of the Delhi airport, you see all the billboards. They're exclusively, 100% of the billboards are dedicated to what? Cell phones. And on what platform are you selling a cell phone? The selfie. It's almost a psychological disorder in North India. This fascination. People kill themselves trying to attain the perfect selfie. It's true. You just check YouTube, you'll see it. So, but aside from selfies, North Indians like to eat. That's why Prime Minister Modi said during the first lockdown, just stay at home and eat. South Indians, they're snagged by something else. What is it? Every 10 feet, what billboard do you see in South India? Tanga Maligai Chennai Silk Se. Gold. Anyway, we all have our attachments. But, and I'm generalizing, it's not fair, but I'm not politically correct, so you can persecute me if you like. But anyway, Prabhupada is saying that we invest whatever little faith we have, any faith at all, you just invest it in satsanga and you perform bhajana kriya. That's the fruit of sadhu sangha. If you're in the company of real sadhus, they are going to engage you. They're going to say, hey, why not try this chanting? It will help you. That's a true friend. Somebody who doesn't care about you will not say that. Have you read Prabhupada's books? Try it. Here, take some prasadam. Hey, there's sadhu sangha, come with us. This is sadhu sangha. And from that sadhu sangha, bhajana kriya. What happens when you engage in bhajana kriya? Bhajana kriya is mainly hearing, like we're doing right now, chanting like we will be doing in a few moments, and then remembering God. These are the main components of bhajana kriya. But what happens when we do this? Who knows? The next stage, anartha nivritti. Anartha. Artha means something that serves a valuable purpose. Anartha means it doesn't do that. So it's a whole umbrella term that includes, misconceptions, bad karma that you have to deal with, maybe bad habits, sinful desires, doubts, and, offensive tendencies. All these things are called anarthas. And all of us have them to one degree or another. But by chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, and by hearing about Krishna and by trying to follow this process sincerely, lo and behold, these anarthas, they will vaporize in due course of time. You will be freed from the things that tyrannized you before, things bad habits, sinful inclinations that you thought you could never conquer. They will just vaporize by the potency of this chanting, if you do it properly in good association. So you have to take each of these stages. And you can't neglect either one. It's not when you move to the next stage you neglect the previous stage. No. Shraddha rehna chahiye. Or sadhu sangha rehna chahiye. It has to stay. And bhajana kriya you have to continue. And then anartha nivritti sat tato nishtha. Then you become fixed. It's not true, but Premacharu said I was fixed. But that's the ideal. You should become fixed. Nishtha. And then, what happens when you're nishtha? Any biologists here? Okay, so you know about the J-curve of biological growth. Like in Louisiana, they introduced kudzu grass long time ago. There's no natural predators in that ecosystem. If you've got no natural predators and you introduce an artificial species, that species will just multiply and take over like anything, isn't it? That's called the J-curve. They just keep multiplying. There's no way to stop them. They just take over everything. So if your anarthas are not obstructing you at every step, then your spiritual advancement just rockets because there's nothing holding you down anymore. That is nishtha. And in that stage you get a very strong taste because all the obscuring factors have been removed. That's called ruchi. Then what happens after ruchi? Asakti. It is such a strong taste, you become as if addicted. Asakti. We were hearing that attachment is not a good thing, but spiritual attachment is a very good thing. We should have more of that. And then what happens when your attachment matures? Bhava. This is what Krishna refers to. Anybody was listening carefully? Puta mad bhavam agataha. That means being purified, they all got bhava bhakti. So this is a wonderful, from A to Z, we're going. We're overwhelmed by attachment, by fears, by our frustrations, but we take shelter of Krishna somehow or other. Manmaya mamupashrataha. And bahovo jnana tapasa, by the austerity of knowledge, puta. We become purified. And in that stage we come to bhava bhakti. Bhava bhakti is like the dawn, usha. In the morning when the sun rises, it was dark, but we see that there's light coming and things start awakening, and it's very auspicious. So Prema, when it first begins to dawn, that's called bhava bhakti, and full-fledged sunlight of love of God, it is called prema. So this process is described by Srila Prabhupada as the positive alternative to simply continuing birth after birth after birth, chasing our attachments, fears, and angers, or running from the same. One way or the other. We either try to enjoy or we try to escape. But this material existence is just, it goes nowhere. It's like these little wheels that the rats run on, treadmill. So, okay, so Bahavo Jnana Tapasa Puta, Krishna says, many persons in the past, they did this. This is meant to increase our faith. If you don't have enough faith and you don't like what you're hearing, then just consider. Krishna's asserting here, and we can't really disprove him. He's asserting that many people have already done this successfully. And how did they do it? With what tool did they use to? Bahovokya. Jnana tapasa. What does jnana tapasya mean? The austerity of knowledge. What is the austerity of knowledge? First of all, you have to take some trouble to acquire that knowledge. That means you have to open up the Bhagavad Gita as it is. And you have to read it. So the data input, we can say. That's the first step. And then once you have all this understanding from the Shastra, then what happens? What are you facing then at that point? You've heard things, so what's your next step? You have to do something about it. You have to make a choice, don't you? Wait a minute. I could go drinking with my friends at some party, or I could go to Kalachandji's instead and have real friends and have a real party. So this is the secondary austerity of knowledge. You have to apply that knowledge. And sometimes it's not so easy because a spiritual person, somebody who realizes that I'm not this material body, then he has to start acting as if he were not the body. If you say that you're not the body, but you're still acting as if you were, then where are you going to go? Nowhere. Krishna says that in chapter 15. Maybe we can control these little ones because it can be distracting, even though she's very cute. So jnana tapasya means you have to first of all acquire the knowledge, and then you have to act on that knowledge. You have to apply it in your life. Not so easy thing. And then what's the third? There's a tertiary austerity to knowledge also. What is that? You have to share it with others. And that's an austerity kyon. Why? Because sometimes you find, like new people in Krishna consciousness, they always get very bubbly and enthused, and they want to just break out and share it with all their family and friends, and what happens? Invariably, they find out, whoa, they're not necessarily interested. You see? So that's a little dangerous also. We talked about that this morning in the Srimad Bhagavatam class. Happens every day at 8 a.m. for your information, if you're curious. 8 a.m. every day in this temple. 8 o'clock, or is it 7:40, I think? Maybe. Anyway, you can also turn on Vrindavan Live YouTube. There it's 8 a.m., but IST, not Central CST. So anyway, jnana tapasa means you have to preach to others to help them, because the best way to solidify your own knowledge is by giving it to others. Actually, knowledge is the only wealth that you can have that increases when you give it away. Every other wealth you may have, if you give it away, you don't have it anymore. But knowledge is such a sublime thing. The more you can give it to other people, the more it's strengthened in your own heart. But as we said, people are sometimes unwilling. Just like I remember in the second year of COVID, that was the year that they were burning bodies in the parking lots in Delhi. And we lost 25 of our devotees in Vrindavan Temple that year. Mainly because being exempt from all rules, as Indians are, they didn't wear their masks. I know, so very nice devotee from Hyderabad also. He didn't wear his mask. He got COVID. He went on the ventilator. He was intubated, it was turned into black fungus, and he lost his eye first, and then his nose rotted, and then, ultimately he died. Very slow, painful death, just through negligence. But the idea is that, I remember at that time, people were fighting and attacking the very same doctors who were sacrificing their safety just to help other people. Can you imagine that? So it's a little bit of analogous circumstance. These doctors are, really, we have to pay respect to them. Such difficulties, untold difficulties they went through just to help the rest of us. Maybe some of you know someone who was helped by such a doctor at that time. So, but still, even in that circumstance, the patients were sometimes just so, what were they? They were frustrated, as we've already been discussing, that they're attacking the doctor. They're afraid. They're attacking they're attached. They're attacking the doctors. So when we preach Krishna consciousness, you can't always expect an easy time of it. That's the tertiary austerity of knowledge. But Krishna says here, if we take up this austerity, then we will become purified just like all the other people who did so in the past, and we will attain bhava bhakti. Just by following this process, which Srila Prabhupada has very kindly taken his time and trouble to spell out for us step by step, 9 stages. As I said in the beginning, none of his predecessors did this. They didn't have to do it because in those days people were much more spiritually inclined. But this is called yoga on steroids, and we've got to do something. So Prabhupada is helping us quite a bit. I think maybe we can stop here. I don't know how long we're supposed to go, but it's 6 o'clock. You tell me. We can go for some time. So maybe if somebody has some questions, that's what I would really like to elicit here. So don't be shy if you're thinking about anything at all, or if you have even any doubts, we're happy to entertain those, and we'll see what they consist of. But kindly someone ask questions. Yes. Hare Krishna.
As you were mentioning, Prabhupada writes, with the raga bhaya krodha, would it be correct to understand that raga leads to fear and then to krodha? I'm just contemplating, thinking on 2.63. Prabhupada says, Bhayata Vishaya Pursa. If that is correct, why does Krishna mention these 3 words categorically and not just raga?
Well, actually, this is not. I'm not sure I understand your question is maybe multivalent, but it seems like you're asking. First of all, is this sequential? That beginning with raga, then you become angry, and then you become fearful, and then you become angry. Otherwise, how is it that you get krodhat bhavati sammohat somahat smriti viprama ityadi? Yeah, so it seems that way, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We have some attachment. We're fearful that, what little attachment we have is going to be maybe lost. And, people are telling us all different things about what to do for that problem, how to solve that problem, and then we get confused and we become frustrated and we just, okay, forget it. Let me take some intoxication. And 263, and other verses also, these same 3 are mentioned, Vita, Raga, Bhaya, Krodha. Raga, Bhaya, Krodha. They are our enemies, so yeah, we have to deal with them. And the second part of your question was more subtle, so maybe you can restate it.
Oh, that was my question then. If it is chronological, why does Lord mention the 3 categorically and not just the first one, Raga?
Yeah, okay, well, I can't say anything authoritative about this because I don't have that information explicit in front of me, but what I can say is that why does the Lord say Vita? Why does the Lord talk about attachment, fear, and anger when actually the root of all 3 is attachment only? Maybe he wants to. This is capital M. Maybe I'm speculating just to make things very clear for everyone. The Lord wants to make sure that we understand that there are consequences to our attachment. He actually says in other ways, elsewhere in the Bhagavad Gita, For example, in the 18th chapter, he says, Mat chitta sarva durgani mat prasadat tirishyasi. If you take shelter of me, you're going to cross over every difficulty by my grace. Parantu. Atachet tvama hankarat na shrosyasi vinangshyasi. If you're not hearing me out of false ego, you're going to be wiped out. So if we cultivate our attachment without understanding where that attachment leads to fear and anger, then we're going to have to experience these things the hard way, isn't it? Better to be warned up front. This is just, as I said, I'm guessing here. I don't have anything authoritative to answer that question. But it's at least a way to answer your question. I hope that's okay. I don't usually do this, but... Okay, anything else? No other questions or any? Yes, please.
My question is very basic. How do you distinguish between love, compassion, and attachment? What's the difference?
Okay, simple question. Everybody heard, how do you distinguish between love, compassion, and attachment? 2 things or 3 things?
In my mind, love and compassion
Are one thing. Yes. Okay, so what they call maybe agape. How do you distinguish between attachment and real love? Well, attachment, the kind of attachment that Krishna is talking about here, as we said, that's material attachment. And people, they have what we call love in this world, which is another material attachment, but that's not really love, because actually love means it has to have 2 characteristics. It has to be ahaituki, which means there's no agenda. And it has to be apratihata, which means it's never obstructed. Shakespeare said this. Anybody know this poem? Let not the marriage of 2 minds admit impediments. Famous sonnet that Shakespeare wrote. They recited it at weddings sometimes in the Western world. His point is that real love is not love that is ever checked by anything. That means divorce doesn't happen if you really love someone, for your information. Because now even in India we have this divorce rate is almost what it is here in America, maybe more so actually. So real love has to be without any selfish motivation. I was shocked because my American tabla teacher, his name is David Courtney in Houston, Texas. Some of you may know him. Dr. David Courtney of the Texas Institute of Indian Studies. He wrote an essay on arranged marriages, and his thesis was the arranged marriage is a better system. And why is it a better system? Because there's absolutely no reason to marry this person, as far as you're personally concerned. It's wild. Americans don't think like this. He's not an ordinary American, though. He's not ISKCON member also. He's non-devotee, but very, very unique individual. So he was saying that if there's a reason that you love someone, you're in trouble. Because that's the reason that you may not love that person in the future. Whenever that condition, I should say, is somehow or other ended, then the love is under jeopardy. In other words, so-called love in this world is always very conditional. And this is counterintuitive. I don't recommend you send your wife an anniversary card saying that, I love you for no reason whatsoever. No, nobody wants to hear that. But the fact of the matter is that love should be unconditional. And the only way that it can be unconditional is if there's no hetu. Hetu is one of those Sanskrit words that's almost impossible to really translate accurately. You all know what hetu means? Do you have this in your Matrabhasha? Yeah, hetu. It means the cause of something. It also means the agenda behind something or the motive involved. Or it means a lot of things. But Bhagavatam says that love has no hetu. And Srimad Bhagavatam also says that for that reason, that kind of love that has no hetu it cannot be checked by any force on earth. Nothing will ever stop that love. Does that sound appealing? Or are we afraid of it? If we don't believe this, then we'll be victims of the fear that Krishna is talking about here. But if we believe it, and we're ready to act on it, then we experience unlimited, eternal love. It's possible. And Krishna is telling us here that many, many people are on that platform because they've been purified by this process and by the knowledge that this process is based on. So love in this world is, I'm sorry to say that in many cases it's more like lust. And at any rate, it's very self-centered, and it's not exactly pure. Srila Prabhupada actually said, however, that the love that mothers feel for their children, that approaches the purity of this standard of love. If there's any love in this material world, if there's any loving relationship which approaches this purity of love that Krishna is talking about, it's mother's love. That's why we worship mothers, or at least we respect our mothers on Mother's Day. Mother's love is the greatest thing, because it's selfless. In other words, it's a haituki. Only if your love is a haituki, then it can be apratihata. Everybody understand this word? Apratihata. It's not killed under any circumstance. So, now attachment, on the other hand, it's understood. We already mentioned also that it's material attachment. Otherwise, what Rupa Goswami has called asakti in this verse, it's really a synonym for raga, but it's not at the same time. Raga means a material attachment, asakti means a spiritual attachment. That should be made clear. When we, for example, worship the deity of Krishna, everybody knows the deity is marble or stone, but why are the devotees so attached to the deity? It's not a material attachment. It's stone for the person who wants to see Krishna as stone. But for the person who's ready to see him as Krishna, he sees Krishna. And he will reciprocate like Krishna. Not like Krishna, as Krishna. So this is the distinction between mundane love and really spiritual love, or between what you said is love and compassion and whatever else the alternative. I don't remember your terminology. I hope I'm answering your question. Is it okay? Maybe it's a little abstruse, this answer, but it's definitely from the Srimad Bhagavatam, because the Bhagavatam is setting the standard for what, the gold standard, we can say, for what real love is. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Yes. Very nice, thank you. This is Krishnadas Kaviraja. He's called Kaviraj not for no reason. Kaviraj means he can take some very difficult idea and express it very simple language. Krishnendriya Priti. If you're doing something for Krishna's pleasure, that is love. Atmendriya Priti, then if you're doing something for yourself, that's not love. That's called kam. Nice definition. Rule of thumb. Spiritual yardstick. You can understand where we stand. Okay? Who else has something to say? Any other questions or any? Don't see. Yes.
You were talking about rag, or attachment, and how it's like the root of the others. So we understand that it's the root of all of our suffering. But being in the situation that we are in, not really pure-hearted, not on the level of prem, how do we deal with attachments in a way that it doesn't really, like, how do we, should we like completely shun any
Yes.
attachment at this point? Or
Very practical question. Everybody hear what he said? No. So as I understand it, you're asking, we're talking about completely pure love in the spiritual sense, and then we're talking about lust on the other hand, the most gross manifestation of so-called love. But what do we do when we're somewhere in between? That's essentially what you're asking, isn't it? Well, that's very simple, but that simple doesn't always mean it's very easy. The realm of dharma is what regulates this. We have some material attachment, but we're not completely pure. We're not sinful, but we're pious and we want to do good, but we're attached to this material world. We want things in this world. What do we do then? Well, that is the domain of dharma. And dharma means you have to act in terms of scriptural injunctions, which I will read Krishna's opinion from the end of chapter 16. It's a very famous verse. Yash shastra vidhim utsrijya vartate kama karataha nasa siddhim avapnoti na sukham na param gitim. We cannot discard scriptural injunctions and just act whimsically according to whatever we want to do, anytime, anything, anywhere. No, you have to live a civilized human life and control your senses in a regulated manner. The thing that regulates your senses in that way is the shastric injunctions. Tasmat chastram pramanam te karya vijanataha vyavastitau gyadva shastra vidhanoktam karma kartumi harhasi. One should therefore understand what is duty and what is not duty by the regulations of the scriptures, that Krishna says. Knowing such rules and regulations, you should act in such a way that you're gradually elevated. When you act in this way, Manu Smriti says, you may not go back to Godhead, but you will not go down. You will at least stay in this situation and you'll probably go up. Because the whole system behind dharma is gradual elevation. So it's like a safety net. There are those who are trying to become Krishna conscious, but you don't become Krishna conscious. What happens? Well, because devotees are of the nature of, they have dharmic activities, therefore they're not going to fall down into hell. They may not go back to God, but at least they will not go to hell. You see? So this is what we have to understand. It's very important. And it seems to me that this is why Srila Prabhupada gave this instruction, especially in his later years. He told us to really focus on this in ISKCON. Because if you've got a society of people in which the divorce rate remains at 50%, that means you're doing something wrong. It should not be so. And somebody's going to have to pay for that because it's not right. Clear? So, eat proper things, sleep in the proper way at the proper time, eat in the proper way at the proper time, mate in the proper way at the proper time, and defend it the proper way in the proper time. We have these animal propensities, but that doesn't mean that we have to live like animals in order to fulfill them. That's what dharma is for. Spashtha? Okay. Anything else? Yes, sir. It's so fascinating, this purport. It's just really golden.
It's a very practical challenge that has been presented in the purport, where Srila Prabhupada says that people are so confused in this age where they go to so many people, and you are giving the example of so many philosophers giving so many different philosophies. And ultimately they think that everything is void, there is no supreme personality of God.
It's virtual atheism. So what is your question?
So my question is, when we approach those kind of people, we go for Sankirtan and then we book distribution and all, when we interact with those people, it is very difficult for them to kind of talk to them also in this regard. But
how do we talk to them? Is that what you're asking? So the question is, how do we engage people who are in this mode of attachment, fear, and anger, especially those who are angry and fearful? It's a challenge. That's why Krishna says it's the austerity of knowledge, as I've said already. You have to strategize very carefully and gingerly, tactfully, and wisely. And that usually means that either you have to be guided by someone who's very advanced, which is one of many reasons that we accept spiritual masters, or you have to have developed some realization that you can actually apply this fine art in a fruitful manner, because it is a fine art. As Prabhupada said, to catch the fish without getting wet, it's not so easy thing. And to encourage someone to, sacrifice their life for some ideal that they can't quite, believe in or experience yet, it's a challenge. And especially if they have the wrong kind of faith that leads them to be skeptical or even challenging, yes, it's an austerity. So it's going to be different on a case-by-case basis. There's no one-size-fits-all answer for this question. But you pray to Krishna, you take guidance from those who are more advanced, and utilize your best God-given intelligence, and you do your best and let Krishna do the rest. But one thing always works, and that is prasadam. Because everybody eats and everybody likes prasadam. I've not found a single exception yet. And many, many cases we don't have time for me to dilate on, but I've experienced in my life how prasadam helps people. It's really, really powerful. You should not underestimate it.
And that is the ultimate thing we do. We say,
When I was in the University of Washington, we have our team meetings in the Department of, well, in those days I was in the Language Learning Center, but the team meeting is going on in the professional sphere. Everybody has to bring something every week, right? So when it was my turn, I would bring prasadam cookies. Who is going to refuse an innocent cookie? Everybody likes cookies, pretty much, unless they're diabetic or whatever. But yeah, so prasadam is the last resort. It never fails. And Prabhupada, what did he say? Gulab Jamun. He called them ISKCON bullets. Never fails. Anything else? We have 4 minutes. Way in the back.
I have a question from Chaitanya Prabhu. Of the closest kind of love is the mother to the son. But of the 7 mothers, there is a cow as a mother. And he was asking if you could talk about mother cow.
Oh my God, mother cow. Well, he's saying that of the mother's love is the highest love, so we have 7 mothers according to the Shastra. No? So cow is one of those mothers. I live in Vrindavan, we have a cow. Uska naam Saraswati hai. And she's very sweet-natured. Cows can be difficult-natured also, but this one is very sweet-natured. The nature of a cow is, you don't know anything about mothers until you deal with cows, really, on a daily basis. They're so loving. Anybody comes to take their milk, they don't care who it is, they'll give. Is it not? Hey. So, this is mother's love. It's completely selfless. Even people are beating the cows, unfortunately, even in India. I was in Krompet. Anybody from Chennai? Krompet. So the cows in Krompet, where I was staying, they're just wandering through the streets, and what are they eating? They're eating out of the garbage bin. Why? Because the people have lost the culture of feeding them every day. It used to be that before we eat, we feed the cow. 1 chapati, or if it's South India, you can feed the cow dosa. But the cows are still giving their milk. They're so loving. And she never complains, this cow Saraswati. I mean, maybe we got a good one. Sometimes they're very noisy, but yes. Cows are also our mother. They should be very carefully protected and taken care of. Looks like our time is up. So thank you all very much for listening very carefully. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Mukundadat Prabhu, for taking us deeper into the purport of Srila Prabhupada, the process of devotional service, and the nature of love. Thank you very, very much. A loud round of applause for Mukundadat Prabhu. And as we are short of time, we will request Mukundadat Prabhu to also lead us for the Gaur Aarti right now. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin iti namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine.
It's okay. There's just one. I didn't stand up. It's okay. I like it.
Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Bolo Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Evo. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Ya Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Nama Krishna Yadavaya Nama Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Nama Hare Gopal Govinda Ram Sri Madhusudan Giridhari Gopinath Madana Mohan Chaitanya Nityananda Shri Advaita Sita Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita Hey Shri Rup Sanatana Bhatta Raghunath Shri Jiva Gopala Bhatta Das Raghunath Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Jai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Jai Chachinandan Jai Chachinandan Jaya Jaya Chachinandan Gaura Hare Jai Jai Jagannath Jai Jagannath Jaya Baladev Jaya Subhadra Jaya Jagannath Jaya Jaya Jagannath Jaya Baladev Jaya Jaya Subhadra Jai Radhe Govinda Radhe Govinda Jai Radhe Govinda Radhe Govinda Jai Radha Kalachandi Radha Kalachandi Radhe जय ओम विष्णुपद परमहंस ऋषिकाचार्य अष्टोत्तर शत श्री श्रीमद शिल भाई चरणावनित भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी महाराज श्री प्रभुपाद की जय। अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की जय। नामाचार्य श्री ठाकुर हरिदास की जय। प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौड़ भक्त वृंद की जय। श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंद राधा कुंद गिरि गोवर्धन की जय। वृंदावन धाम की जय। नवदीप मायापुर धाम की जय। गंगा देवी की जय। यमुना माई की जय। भक्ति देवी की जय। तुलसी रानी की जय। समवेत भक्त वृंद की जय। श्री हरिनाम संकीर्तन की जय। ग्रंथराज श्रीमद्भागवतम की जय। इस्कॉन विधि संस्थापक आचार्य श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय। श्री श्री गौरनीताय की जय। जगन्नाथ बलराम सुभद्रा देवी की जय। श्री श्री राधा गोविंद जी की जय। श्री श्री राधा कलाचांद जी की जय। श्री श्री राधा कलाचांदी धाम की जय। गौ प्रेमानंदे। All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Sri Guru and Gauranga. Jai Srila Prabhupada. You want to sing? Namaste Narasimhaya. Prahlad Ladadayine. Hiranyakashipurvaksha. Shilatanka nakhalaye. Ito nrisingho parato nrisingho. Yato yato yami tato nrisingho. Bahin Nrisingho, Hridayen Nrisingho. Narasinghamadim Sharanam Prapadye. Narasinghamadim Sharanam Prapadye. Tavakara kamalavare nakhamadbhuta shringam dalita hiranyakashipur tanu bhringam keshavadhrita narahari rupa jaya jagadisha hare. Jaya jagadisha hare. Jaya jagadisha hare. Keshavadhrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Jaya Jaya Nrsimha Dev, Jaya Nrsimha Dev, Nrsimha Dev, Jaya Nrsimha Dev. Jaya Jaya Bhakta Prahlad, Jaya Bhakta Prahlad, Bhakta Prahlad, Jaya Bhakta Prahlad. Jaya Bhakta Prahlad, Jaya Bhakta Prahlad, Bhakta. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Bhakti Vighna Vinashaka Narasimha Deva Ki Jai, Bhaktavara Prasad Maharaj Ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Gau Premanande. You want to sing? Because my voice is shot and I've got rounds. But I don't know if they want me to sing or not. I have to find out. Let me see if I can find out. Anyway, somebody's going to be chanting here.
I can chant for a few minutes, then
If I don't chant. Go ahead. Nope.
How are you? Are you coming back?
Which side? Now? Very well.
Yeah, thank you. We have all the singers and celebrities and all the actors here. So many people from Vrindavan.
Yeah, yes.
Maharaj is there, you are here.
Sit here?
Yeah, I'm just gonna move the mic a little bit, like farther back in the middle. Sanu. No. Like this here. Just so that like we can usually make like a...
But I want you to play. Can I sing? Yes, you can play harmonium. आप गाओगे? नहीं आपको you want to sing? Sure. If you like to sing, you can sing now. I can. Dora is coming, then I can maybe sing later on.
Are you sure? Because I was up to you. Sing now, and then Dora
Maybe.
I know you sing more.
Hari, Hari, Hari. जय राधा काला चंजी राधा काला चंजी राधे राधा काला चंची राधा काला जयो राधा काला चंजी राधा काला चंजी राधे जयो राधा गोविंद राधा गोविंद राधे
जय जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ जय बलदेव जय सुभद्रा। जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ जय बलदेव जय सुभद्रा। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे रामा राम राम हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। ओ हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम राम हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम राम हरे हरे। हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल बोल। निताई गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल। Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hey Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hey Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hey Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Hari Naam bolo Hari Naam Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Hey Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Hari Hari Nam Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hey Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hey Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Tak tak Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Bolo Bolo Hari Nam Hey Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Krishna Krishna Radhe Shyam Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Radhe Radhe Radha Govinda Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare बोलिए बोलिए Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. भज मन राधे 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 गोविंदा राधे, भज मन राधे 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 गोविंदा राधे, भज मन राधे 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 गोविंदा राधे, हो राधे 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 गोविंदा, भज मन राधे 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 गोविंदा। ओ हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा कृष्णा, हरे हरे, हरे राम हरे हरे। हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल। नित्य गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल। जय जय प्रभुपा 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 प्रभुपा। जय जय श्री राधे, जय जय श्री राधे, जय जय श्री राधे। शाम सबको मिले वृंदावन धाम। हरि हरि बोल।
Yeah, don't lift it from the very bottom. So be very careful. It's kind of complicated, man. Saki, you want to do the oh my gosh, I forgot the tune too. No, you know when but I can't remember the first part. I always do this. Yeah. Is Roger coming? Maybe. Okay. Buddy. We'll hear till like 9:30. Yeah. Is her ankle okay? She told me about it. Yeah. 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 sorry. I couldn't think of anything else. No, I know this tune is oversung, but I can't think of anything else right now. I can't think of it. Dude, no, oh my gosh. Guru Maharaj already saying that.
Sing your classic, bro. That's what we always sing together.
Which one? Which one?
We always sing together.
But I thought of like a different like version of this. That's why I'm like, I want to try it. I don't know. Oh, man. See, no one's here. That's why I'm trying to. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram. I'm trying to change it. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Hare.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare.
What did you want to do?
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Hare
Should I play? Should I play? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
It's not working, huh? Just try once. If you sing louder, it's nice. Rama, 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 Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev.
What's wrong with the mic? Why is that?
Hare Bol. Dude, neither of them work.
Are you sure? Why is the mic not working?
You have to talk really close. Yell.
Okay. Namo Vishnu Badaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Titi Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Prachadine Nivishesha Shunyavadi Rashade Sata Aine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Go Bhakta Vrinda. Is it working? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Yeah.
The bells are ringing.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ramo Ramo, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Is he good? Is he good? Oh. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hari Bol, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Where's Arch? Arch.
He's outside.
Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All of them. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Mother Hare Round two all of Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 No, I'll Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Mother sing Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama